This is where we start off with baselines. So having a secure baseline, a standard, so to say, is key. Where you already have your product that you want to bring into the company, but now you want to configure it to where um, it's doing the task safely. So we can have a router in, we can have a switch in, but if we have left the default passwords on them, then they're not so secure in that manner. While they may be doing what they are made to do efficiently, they may not be secure in that manner. So not just about changing passwords. It could be monitoring, like I got highlighted here. The encryption algorithms that we use can sometimes be weak, and we don't want to use those things. But sometimes they set those configurations up to make sure that they catch every client that they may have. You got to understand that while going to a hospital may be a lot secure than going to a industrial plant, because they're going to be up to date with computers and laptops and desktops, where the industrial center, their whole main goal is just to make whatever product that they're making, or um, maybe stack whatever product that they have out for physical labor. And so we got to understand that while it may be the standard to have a strong encryption, maybe a SHA-1, a SHA-2, that they may need to use a what we call an encryption called WEP, at the lower, not a lower place, but more of a place that doesn't, it has old technology, and it needs older technology to in order for it to speak. And so having that secure baseline will allow you to look at every aspect of what you got secure appliance wise, and then say, hey, okay, we're going to apply these processes and rules to it in order to make sure that we're secure as possible while using these products. So some things that we want to look at when it comes to configurations, not just on computers, I mean, switches and routers, but it could be computers, phones, things of that nature too. You hear me say all the time, we want to change the default credentials. I'm pretty much sure, I'm pretty sure that that's going to show up on this CompTIA Security Plus. That if it's a default credential, let's go ahead and change it. If they give you the opportunity to change it, do change it, and then change it to something that you can remember, or let's use that password manager that we've been talking about in order to change those default credentials. Disable any unnecessary service. So this is going into the switches and routers stage. So on your switch, you would have 24 ports, and they kind of look like telephone ports, right? Telephone cord ports that you can just, it has that little weird shape to it. All of those are defaulted to be active. So if you plug something into it, it should give you connectivity. Matter of fact, if you look at your modem that's at your house, you turn it around to the back, it should have that telephone looking RJ45 port. Those things are hot automatically out of the box. It would be in your best interest to go into the configurations and disable those ports. But a lot of times you may, it's a 50-50 chance. I would say that they might be on, they might not be on. And that's typically off of someone actually disabling that feature and turning them off. But we want to turn them off and turn them on whenever we need them. We want to make sure that we use secure management protocols. So this is SSH, SSH, or IPsec when it comes to communicating uh, via remote desktop or through the internet via VPN. We want to use access control lists. So ACLs, I haven't really touched on it too much, but ACLs is a list of who's invited to use this service, right? And that's how you want to look at every ACL, no matter if it's network or if it's system based. So they can be two different types of ACLs. You can see one that's on your computer where we allow um, these applications to be on your computer. That's an allow ACL list. And you also have a ACL list that's on a network where we are allowing these IPs to connect to our network and actually communicate. If you have these lists, then it's easier to understand who can get in versus letting everybody in and then you kicking out people who don't need to be there, right? So having these lists is critical in order to one kind of get a grasp on your network and know who's in it, and then versus you know, just letting it be the wild wild west and letting everybody roam around. Again, if I have any kind of network issues, you guys please just stop me, and I'll try to work on that. We having storms in South Carolina right now. Along with the configurations, we also want to talk about strong passwords, like I always say, port security, and then last thing that they got here is the physical secure of the equipment. So making sure they're behind locked doors. One thing that I haven't brung up is that if you have laptops that necessarily don't need to go home, but they need to stay on a desk, then we want to make sure that we have those locking cables that can hook up to a laptop, and you can wrap it around a desk leg or something like that to keep it within the building. Just having this physical secure, uh, having things physically secured will give you an extra layer of defense versus someone actually routing into something and actually taking control of it. Just a side note here is that it takes a very skilled individual to actually uh, log into a computer from their house and then log into your computer from your house that's on totally different networks in a totally different state and not be found out, and then take information from there. That's an incredible skilled person. And then so with that being said, it doesn't happen often. And in order to really do it, you probably need some kind of cheat codes in there. So I need some type of agent that's on your computer or something aiding me that's going to help me out in order to get that information. So it's much easier if I just take the item, or if I can just take the whole switch, take the whole router, and bring it back to the house, plug it up, and then use something to brute force it right then and there, versus me trying to get from my house past my router into the internet. I mean, the service provider's router to your router to your PC. It's just a lot of it's a lot of work, and it's just easier if I just take it. So just keep those things in mind. Is it can be overlooked sometimes when it comes to the physical, but let's not overlook it.
So that's a possibility. You can do that. You can take control of someone else's desktop through means of wherever you are in your technology.
If so, okay, then why not, right?
I've heard
I'm
of it.
technically connected to you right now,
That
right?
is correct, sir. Okay. Okay.
And so how can I do it through just code, like just running commands? No, it's things that's put into your operating system that will not allow me to take control of your PC right now. But I do know that there's a way that I can get from South Carolina, and you're in Alabama.
Correct.
I can get to those. I can link us up that way, right? So now I just have to think about, okay, if I can't if I can't just naturally get to your computer, what can I do to put on your computer to give me permissions to talk? And
Mhm.
that's where I was saying you need something to aid you or to give you a little bit more leverage. Can I put an agent on your computer somehow? That's where I go back to my social engineering, and I say, hey, why don't you, for training purposes, install this piece of software on your PC so you can learn how to um, work into an EDR. And I'm trying to sway you into that. If you install that, then now it allows me to jump so many hurdles that I had to jump, and I got great connection to your computer that way. That's cheating, but at the same time, just trying to think about all the hurdles that you would try to get to just to figure out what's your computer name so I can try to get to it from my house. I might as well just take the other route. You get what I'm saying?
I do get what you're saying. I thought it was rumors, but uh, I overheard someone tell me once before that there's such and such. It was a significant other that had access to their phones through their phone. It was remarkable, but technology is magical.
We all talk, like, when I showed the example of the Wireshark, all of those entries are just, it's just our machines talking back and forth, really. And even if it's just saying, hey, I'm here, hey, I'm here, that's all it's saying. That's all one computer could be saying. That's just letting the other computers know that if I do need to talk to Ryan's computer, then I know that he done shouted out 10 times that he's here. All right, now I need something from you. Here's this document. That's how computers really kind of talk in the background. So just real quick, and so I'm gonna pull up you see all of these applications that I got running. Y'all can see this, right? Yeah. So
Yes, I
all of
see.
these applications, these are running in the background. But they're all talking to something, to someone, and it doesn't have to be directly on my computer or in my house. It could be, I'm not going to say to you guys, but I would say Zoom is probably still talking to you guys. It should be at the top if I do memory. Well, it's in Chrome, so yeah. Chrome is where I launch Zoom so I can do my desktop share. But this is why it's taking up so much memory on mine, because I'm connected to you all. And I would imagine something similar for you guys as well. As you can see, Microsoft eats up a lot of memory too. And I'm really not doing anything with Teams. I don't even know why I got it on here. But um, basically, what I'm saying is that in the background, while we may be talking to each other over the voice over IP protocol, this is going on in the background, and it's constant. It doesn't matter if I'm doing something or if I'm just kind of, you know, if I'm sending some files. If I was uploading a file to the cloud, all of this would be going crazy, and we probably wouldn't be able to talk over Zoom. But to go from here and make this point, then I'll take it back. To go from this stage, application stage, to get to that same point on your computer is I would say it would be remarkable if I could just go through the command line. That'd be awesome. But it won't let you do that just because we're on different networks. So I have to jump over that hurdle doing something else. Good question though. Any other question? So default credentials, we want to make sure that we enable logging and monitoring. So this is where we're going into having a SOC. So if y'all remember from the first day of class, I talked about working in a SOC, Security Operations Center. This is what they really kind of dwell in. They are threat hunters by nature or by career. And so what they do is they look at the logs that come in on different appliances. And your computer has logs too. So everything that we're doing is logged down into some type of event book. And whether it's you got your password wrong to get into the system, or you open up a web browser, or you open up control panel and then you close it down, all of these things are being logged into that logbook. And the reason why you want that is that if someone hacks into your system, you want to be able to see when did they get access, and then what did they do when they were in your system. So to look at yours, event manager. I'm not too sure where it is in the Apple sense, where the logs are, but I know in the Windows settings, it'll be in what we call the event viewer. And this is where everything is um, logged down. So right here in the security section, it should show, I might be taxing it. It should show how many times that, I logged into the computer. Yep. So all of this blank space should be having some information there, and I should see a bunch of keys up here in this white spot. There it is. I was about to say. So it logs down all this information. And when you're working in a SOC and you come up against an incident, you may have to dig through all of these files just to understand what happened and in what time. Okay. So um, to know if someone's been in your PC or in your appliances is fairly, you should be able to understand that if you look through the logs. Um, if not, if those logs are gone or a section of it is gone, that's a good indicator that someone has already been in there and then erased their footsteps by taking the logs with them. So just keep those things in mind and understand that if you see a job title working in a SOC, SOC, that this is where you're going to probably be living at, is in those logs. And that's just my computer. So you can imagine something like a network router having millions of logs on a daily basis. Um, Going into other configurations and setup when it comes to the network, let's talk about the wireless access points. So, quick question: do you guys understand how Wi-Fi works when it comes to walls and appliances such as microwaves and things of that nature? Like it degrades the signal. Are y'all familiar with that?
Earlier we talked about how microwaves can disrupt things like memory and swipe things from last class, and honestly that's my understanding of application of everything. The microwave simply disrupt the
Okay.
signal.
All right. Well, in this case, it does the same thing without it being in the microwave. Um, it's just microwaves take so much energy just to turn on. Um, the Wi-Fi signal is like a radio signal. Now, I know I'm old and I grew up when we listened to the radio and we had antennas that we had to point it to the radio tower and we get a better signal. The Wi-Fi works the same way. And so if you think about it, if well, I hate to ask, but have y'all ever had a radio with an antenna on it that you had to?
I
All right.
did. I did.
Okay. Okay.
Even like the satellites, the little TVs through the antenna. I had that too.
Okay. All right. So maneuvering the antenna can get you a better or a clearer picture or a clearer sound of the station. Same thing when it comes to the wireless network or your Wi-Fi, is that if you can get a better signal or a line of sight to that modem, you should have a better strength signal to your devices. So when you think about it, if you have your router tucked away under a cupboard or on the floor somewhere, around a closed room, it's probably not getting the best reception that it can get. You want to have your router or your modem that comes from that your telephone company in the middle, preferably in the middle of the house, away from any walls or anything like that, to get a better broad coverage, and having it around appliances also disrupts that same airwave channel. And so we want to keep those things away from that in order to have better speeds. So we're not creating our own DOS attacks on our own, DOS attacks on our own self. So, but I know it could be hard if you already have your Wi-Fi signal, Wi-Fi modem already set up by the company, and they're not going to tell you that. They're just going to set it up wherever your telephone coax cable comes into the house at. And so if you can have them move it, I would prefer you move it to a spot that's nice and open, and you should get a better connection each and every time. And so that's Wi-Fi wireless access point placement. The same thing for in a job where, especially like you'll see a great case of this in a hospital. Uh, Up and down their hallways, they have wireless access points in the middle of the hallways, because each one of those uh, rows or floors of a hospital is concrete um, stone, and so the signal can't really go from floor to floor. So you need to have access points up and down those hallways, and then you really have to have so many in that hallway, because there could be concrete walls in between each room. And so in order to have a good signal in a hospital, they have to have a lot of access points, and you want them in certain spots so everyone in the building can have access to it, but you don't want them so much to the edges that someone can just sit in the parking lot and get access to the network. So we want to cut that off in some kind of way. So to give a better example of that, if you guys see here, and I'm not going to do anything to my router, all right? You look here in the lower right hand corner, you see all of these networks here, and these are all my neighbors, and these three are mine. All of these networks, I can potentially take something like is in Kali Linux. There's a application called Aircrack, and be able to get into their Wi-Fi network, and then now I should be able to see whatever's on that network. So to go back to your question, Ryan, if I'm willing to go all the way to Alabama and then take my laptop and go outside your house and then get onto your home Wi-Fi, I should be able to connect from my PC to your PC that way. But from South Carolina all the way to Alabama, it might be a bit of a stretch, but I'm not going to rule it out and say it's not.
Yeah, especially you could cheat, right?
Yeah, I believe you have to. That's it. Just to think about, if you want to keep it fair, then yeah, you wouldn't need so many security tools out here. But if we're gonna, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying type thing, then I'm going to do whatever I can, especially if you got the information on your computer that I want. I'm going to find out, okay, at least I can find out what cloud provider you use so I can try to get into your system that way. You know what I'm getting? You get what I'm saying? So it's just different ways that you can go about it instead of just thinking about it so straight up and down.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, I got the social engineering aspect of it. That's smart, honestly.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's Wi-Fi access point. So you want to make sure that it's put up in a nice, decent spot, get a nice connection, but at the same time, you don't want that to bleed over into the parking lot if it's possible. Sometimes you might have to bite the bullet on it, and it may bleed out into the parking lot, but that's where we want other things to be set up, such as passwords to be strong, encryption to be strong. Maybe we put up a welcome site or a kind of like an open portal to where how you go and you log into the Wi-Fi at a hotel and they send you to an open portal where they ask you to go ahead and accept the policies. You want to put those type of things up. Site surveys and heat maps. So those heat maps and surveys will help you understand where's the good connection at and bad connection. Remember, if it's around a congested area, such as a lot of walls or concrete, and then appliances around kitchens and ovens and stuff like that, it's probably going to be a bad degraded signal. We kind of touched on this a little bit in the earlier slides where I talked about having a bad or weak encryption. Typically, we want to run a WPA or a WPA2. You see nowadays where they say the latest and greatest is the WPA3. And this is encryption that you set up in your router on your modem, right? We didn't get to see this on mine because it jacked up my system. So I don't want to, I'm too cautious to show you again. But if you see it over here on the right-hand side, this piece where you see 5 gigahertz, well, I'm sorry, you can see it up here where it says version at. That's WPA2 pre-shared key. So that's basically saying that we want to run a username and password. So that's pretty much having that type of encryption on that type of authentication that we're trying to get onto the network. WEP and then WPS are weaker encryptions, but they are some cases for it. So WPS, a lot of times, and I don't know how many of you got experiences with printers. You can pick up a printer and it has a button on there that has WPS written on it. And so if you look at your modem, the modern ones have WPS on it as well, and you can hit both of those buttons around the same time, maybe within 10 seconds of each other, and they'll communicate over the Wi-Fi to each other and make that connection versus you having to go through the system and actually add a printer onto that actual computer or on that router. All right, NAC. So network access control. This is where in the enterprise section, you're going to see NAC a lot used in the real world. And it's a way to put in security to so many different devices getting onto the network. We used to just have a guest network set up for people to, visit the campus or visit the building, the business. But that can end up with being someone jumping from the guest network on to the private network. And we don't want that. So in order to alleviate that, we put in things such as network access control, where it's going to authenticate the device based off of who the user is. So if you're logged into, if that device has been authenticated to you, or better yet, if it has been authorized to you, so they gave it to you and written down your information that, hey, PC1 belongs to Lee, then once you log in with it with your username and password on the Windows network, it checks the database to make sure that you are who you say you are, and then it will let you onto the private network. And so anything that's not authorized or checked in with that database doesn't get access. So it's a very good way to keep things off of the network. It's a good way to make sure you know what type of vendors coming into your network and be able to authorize if they have the right, because maybe you don't want them to have an old PC on your network. You could put requirements on NAC in order for it to do kind of like a check, and it goes through its checklist similar to an ACL, right? It checks that list to make sure that you have the latest and greatest antivirus. The OS is up to date. You don't need any patches, and maybe you're not pending a reboot. And then if you all authenticate with your username and password, it lets you in. So this is where NAT comes in. It is a great way to keep things at bay when it comes to getting onto your network. All right, so I already talked about access control lists, and I remember it could be a networking thing, and it could be an application thing. So the most famous one that is known for, well, I wouldn't say it's most famous, but it's kind of equal when it comes to applications and firewall. But when you think about a firewall, it's more, that's how I really only just said that's all a firewall does, is that it sits at the edge of your network and it checks a list of who's allowed and who's not. And if you're not on the list, you're denied, explicitly denied. So I'm gonna say that again. If you're not on the list, you're explicitly denied. Those will be the exact words that you'll see on the exam. And that means that if it doesn't see you on the list, there's no exception for you. It's going to drop the packet. It's going to drop the conversation with you in that firewall. So you'll never get into that network. This is the most, I would say, it's probably the most famous access control. But I also kind of think, just coming from where I come from, of desktop and then desktop support into cybersecurity, I also think of ACLs as user groups and having access control to files and things of that nature. So I guess it was just something that I had to get over. But anyway, intrusion detection and prevention systems. So this is where we're talking about, we're either going to talk about detection, and that's going to be more your firewalls. I hate to say firewalls because firewalls can do detection and prevention. So let me go back. Your SIM. So let me put it in the chat. Matter of fact, I'll just put it over here. SIM, Security Information Event Manager. Basically, it's a super appliance that always takes in logs. Remember, those logs can come in at a million a day, if not more. And I might be shortchanging it a little bit. But a SIM logs information about different appliances on the network, and then it only just logs it. So it detects it. It may detect something. It may even warn you of that detection, but it doesn't do anything about it. That's where prevention is going to come in at. So a firewall will be a good indicator of a intrusion detection and prevention system, whereas an antivirus software will be just a good indication of a intrusion prevention system. That's the only thing it does. It sees it, it go ahead, it makes the changes right then and there. But detection wise, it's just going to watch the action go down. But it doesn't, unless you tell it to warn you or to give you some type of alert. It's not built to actually correct anything or stop any kind of actions. So some of these things can be network based and host based. Host based means it's directly on your PC, whereas network is obvious that it's sitting. You don't get under its umbrella until you are authenticated with the network. And so I think that's important to know that while it's on the network, if you're off the network, but that computer that you are on came from that network, if you're not, connected Wi-Fi wise, then you're not under the umbrella of the network base, IDS or IPS. All right. So the way these IDSs and IPSs, how do they actually know if something's happening? And you have three different ways. You have signature based, anomaly based, and then behavioral. Signature based is going to be when you think about a signature, a real life signature it's someone's natural movement when it comes to signing their name, and so it's always based on that person. So when it comes to a signature based detection, every virus is written with a particular um, set of code. And so that code doesn't change. In order for it to be a particular virus, in order for it to be a Trojan, it needs to be written in a particular order, right? That's signature based. So when it comes to your antivirus software needs to download what we call signatures every day in order to know what's new out here in the wild. And those signatures, that's how they understand that, hey, a virus has came into the network, because they can see that virus pattern and then compare it to the database that they have, or the signatures, and then they can quarantine the virus by doing that comparison. Anomaly is what it says. It's something that it never really seen before, and it doesn't match up with these signatures. So the signatures could be, let's just, for easy terms here, could be just 100 signatures, and then you have something that's just wildly different. It could go ahead and quarantine that, or have some type of action upon it, or in the case of IDS, it's just going to alert, but in IPS it could quarantine, just because it doesn't know anything about it, right? Something stands out. Behavioral detection is something based off of anomaly base, and so what needs to happen is that we need to put an agent onto our network, and it needs to kind of gather information over time. And as it's gathering information, it learns what is normal, and then whenever something goes awry, then it's saying, okay, this is an anomaly, this is not normal, I'm going to trigger now. That's behavioral based, because it's, if even if things are wild at, let's say, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but then everything calms down around 9 o'clock in the morning, it's all based off the patterns that these um IDSs and IPSs can get and learn. But then when something goes off at, let's say, noon on a holiday, it sets off all alerts because it's not used to that. And that's why really in the real world you don't really see too many of anomalies and behavior based, just because we change. I think personally we change too often when it comes to antivirus. We You can be a vendor and maybe be in there for maybe 2 to 3 years, and if they don't want that contract after that, they'll go on to the next one. And so to have a real behavioral baseline, it takes a while. It takes a while, and I don't think that we are allowing companies to stay into our network that long. All right, last slide. We got web filtering. So when it comes to the network, not only do you have your antiviruses, your firewalls, um, default configurations, people are actually doing a lot of their work via the web, and so having some type of web filtering there keeps a good security blanket over what can come in that way. So and I hate to keep picking on you, Ryan, but just because it was a good question, it's like that's another way that I can get from my computer to your computer is via the web. And just like how I said, where I can try to give you something through Zoom in order to connect us. That's the same thing we want to try to have when applying web filters in our place of business. We want to make sure that they can go to the certain websites and not download anything. Maybe stay away from social media sites that they don't need to be on. Um, of course, stay away from any category that we don't want at that point in time. Um, but at the same time, you need to put in exceptions for those who need to go to those sites. And everybody has a case. I remember putting in a web filtering rule with Zscaler saying that you couldn't go to any social media sites, but then the marketing team says that no, we live on social media, marketing the business all the time. We need access to that, so we have to put in an exception for them, but which in turn turned out being an exception for everyone because we couldn't really at that time we couldn't really focus in on one particular group. But you just want to make sure that when people are reaching out via the web, that they're not bringing anything into the network from the web into your internal network. All right. Any questions?
Questions?
Not at the
Okay.
moment.
It was kind of these only have 14 slides, so it was kind of short. Let's take a short break. Be back at the top of the hour, and then we'll go ahead and finish up with the hands-on, and I'll let y'all guys get out of here. Can you do me a favor before you go? Please put your name in the chat so I can do the roll.
We're not done.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, cool.
All right. So this is my Exidium platform. Exidium is, I had got it originally for a EDR system, but it turned out to be more than that, and I'm pretty happy with the product because it gives people a good understanding of what we look at on a day-to-day basis. So this could be this type of system could be any product that you look at when you go and get your first cybersecurity job, and they may keep you in the security section of it as far as like antivirus, but this particular platform does a whole lot more. Now I showed it before about assets control or assets management, just to be able to see what's going on here. But you can also dive deeper into these particular products to see things such as your network as a whole. So, it's bothering me. If we run kind of like a detection on this agent that I have on my machine, and whenever I say an agent, my agent normally will live down here in this little toolbar here. This is how it's communicating back to this dashboard, this appliance. It's taking things that we've seen on that task manager that I showed you, things that it sees here, that agent is taken and then communicating back to this platform and letting me see it in more of a cleaner version. So as y'all can see, while it didn't have anything, it started to do a refresh and started to pick up some information for me. And this is a good way to look at if something's out of that configuration that we started to talk about in the beginning of class, where maybe they're on a different IP address that we didn't want them to be on. Maybe we can look into it or see exactly what's going on there. Maybe we call them up and we say, hey, we found this to be a little bit concerning. Where are you located at right now? When it comes to the ACL list, this type of tool is good to see the applications on it. Software inventory. And I think I showed you guys this, but just to show it again, this is what I mean kind of at a high level of an assets control list. So if we had everything, if we had a meeting with all the IT department, we would say, hey, okay, we're letting people have uh, Microsoft Edge on their computers. Okay, what version do they have? Well, they can't have no less version than what we have here, which is the standard. And we just go through these different types of talks in order to set a configuration baseline of what we want. And if we don't allow something or we don't want that to be allowed, we can always highlight it and then uninstall it. And this can not just be for this one computer, it could be across the board, and take it all at one time. Normally, if we were to do something like that, we would need to go through what we call a change request and let people know, hey, we're going to remove all Chrome browsers tonight. Make sure that if you have anything that you need to save it, because we're going to remove it. It's not allowed. It's on our policies. You run through the particulars and then you set it up for a uninstall that night. And what happens is that the agent that I showed earlier will, on behalf of that agent, has administrative rights. And so on the behalf of this platform, it uninstall whatever software you told it to do. And it doesn't typically need to have any type of authentication that happens with that. Normally, when you're uninstalling an application, it asks you for a username and password because it needs to make sure that you have that level of access before it just makes a critical change like that. But that's the wonderful thing about putting these agents on, is that you kind of alleviate that, or you kind of give pseudo access to that agent that lives on your computer. So that's why, you don't want to just put any agent on your computer. And a lot of people don't want a lot of agents on their computers. They say that it makes it run slow, but some of them they have to live with. And just because it doesn't show up in this tray doesn't necessarily mean it's not on your computer. But that's the ACL list. We also have configuration plan templates here. So check this out. This is pretty cool, where I can set up how I want my configuration to look of a OS, a Microsoft Windows 10 or 11. And I can set my OS up here and then deploy it out to everyone that's connected to my network. And I don't have to necessarily go and touch every computer, but I can at least go through and see exactly what I want to actually, manipulate when it comes to these profiles. Now I can set alerts up for anybody that's deviating from that configuration list. Maybe that's something that I want to be on my radar. Maybe I think that, hey, no one should be able to deviate from this list. So I'm gonna go ahead and put in an alert for it. So if something does happen, I can be alerted and I can take action then. Now, this is the antivirus part of it. Normally, like I said, this is where the signatures will be downloaded and then sent out, dispersed to the agents that are out there in my network. Normally, when a signature is when a virus is detected on a computer by that agent, it quarantines it. Normally, that's what you're going to see on every antivirus, is that they need to run scans on a daily basis. And they probably need to run some type of update on a daily basis too. So a lot of times when you see people start up their computers early in the morning, it might be a little bit slow because they're pulling down those new signatures in the antivirus and maybe pulling up an update that they had to restart or whatever. So a lot of these things need to happen after a reboot. That's why it's so common for IT professionals to just just kind of reiterate, hey, let's go ahead and restart. Did you restart? You know what I'm going to try? I'm going to try restarting it. And sometimes that fixes the issue. A lot of times that fixes the issue when a computer is just really trying to get through a task, and maybe a hang up is the reboot. So going back to the quarantine side of it, putting things into quarantine is where you can see these viruses here, and then you can be able to delete those actual files from the PC that they were found on. If we had something on our firewall, as far as in an appliance, we could possibly we could see the logs here, but obviously I'm not in an enterprise environment to be able to show you that. So everything firewall wise will be on my host. Now let's get down to vulnerability management. Now, of course, vulnerability management was supposed to be talked about on Tuesday, but I wanted to show you guys this as far as the hands-on part that I didn't include into that video. This is where, when you're running a vulnerability scan, you'll see what type of patches that are needed for those vulnerabilities that you face. And in this particular case, I can see what vulnerabilities that everyone has on their computer that's in my environment. And so I can read up on this particular CVE and see exactly if I want to act on it right now, or if it's something that I want to wait on. Now, I can see what the problem is, and then I could see the publish date, so I could see how far behind I am on this problem. Um, I can reach out to the vendor to see exactly if there's something else that I need to put into there, and I could see exactly what PCs are affected. Great piece on this software, just because it's now it leaves you open to where you don't have to touch every computer thinking that everybody has this same problem when it's just 3 of them. So this is why you want those agents out there really kind of communicating on the back end, because it could be a little bit cumbersome to stop people doing their job and asking them, hey, do you mind if I take a look at the logs, or do you mind if I take a look at your updates to see if you have some updates to run? Well, I'll get back to the mobile application in just a second. Let me go back here and then go to patch management, and then go over to third-party applications. So, well, I'll stay here for a minute. The patch management part of it, those CVEs that you've seen in vulnerability management, this part right here, these are normally remediated or solved by applying these patches. So it's not, well, I don't want you to think that it's a 1-for-1, right? But 9 times out of 10, if we run these patches, uh, the ones that are needing to be installed like this, right? It's going to solve some of those CVE problems that we see in the vulnerability management piece. Okay. So patch management and vulnerability management will go hand in hand. And when you guys go over that video, you'll get more about what I'm saying on that. I did wanted to bring up the third party applications, because we constantly put things into our system, and then we don't get the updates from that third party all the time. We have to actually go out there and see if that third party has an update for us to run. And so this part, like I said, is good to have that agent onto your computer. I'm kind of lost there. Okay. So it's good to have that agent sitting on your computer, and then be able to see exactly what third-party applications that did not come with Windows, and be able to see if we need to run patches on those. So it can keep that kind of communication open with the vendor, as well as the host machine. So it's great to have this piece for it. Of course, I don't run anything because I'm just I mean, these are real issues, right? So I don't want y'all to judge me. These are real issues. These are real devices that I know that are my family members, basically. Well, not all of them, but these are important people to me, as far as whose agents the agents are on their PCs. But I needed to kind of like rack up so you guys can understand where I'm coming from. So I'm almost kind of sacrificing them to for learning purposes. But I will run patches on these. I will get to it. So don't judge me. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Last thing here. This is the MDM part of it. We didn't talk about MDM today, but we did cover it. And MDM is just mobile device management. I think we covered it either last week or Monday. But it's basically, if if you remember when I said, if you leave a computer or a phone on a airplane or something like that, I can remote wipe it. This is where you could do those actions at. I think I already said that before. But anyway, can't hurt to say it twice. That's all I had for tonight. Early night. I can give you some time back. Kristen, if you want to stay after class, just to kind of let me know where you stand at, and then everybody else. Hold on. Before you go, I will put out another quiz this weekend. So please be on the lookout for that this weekend. Hopefully is nothing too crazy going on that y'all could just go and knock that out real quick. And then we'll jump back into things on Monday. Like I said, if you guys got any questions, just give me a shout on my emails or in LinkedIn. I'll be more than happy to help. Kristen, if you want to stay after class and chat just a little bit. Oh, she left. Okay. All right. Y'all take it easy. And
You too.
I'll catch
Thank you.
y'all on Monday.
Good night, team.
So much. Have a good night.
Good night, guys.
All right.
Oh, I got one question.
So we're gonna focus more in on network devices for the first couple of questions, and then we'll go into the networking piece where we're talking about subnetting and things of that nature. So that'll be the last ends of those questions, and then we'll go into more into IP addressing, because I wanna address that more and use tomorrow and possibly Thursday to kind of just really iterate that, because I really feel like this is where they'll throw their curveball the most at you, is that when it comes to networking, while they're not telling you that you need to know networking, it's important to understand how computer talks to each other and then how they talk across the internet. Why do we go out to a router, and how do we talk to another router that's at a destination spot and get routed to the proper computer? So we'll talk about that a little bit today. I'm going to show you guys the first question. I'm not going to read it. I'm going to wait for your responses in the chat, and then I'll read it after, when everybody I feel has already had the opportunity to read it in the way they want to. Oh. All right, y'all want to start putting your answers into the chat. I give it about 10 more seconds, and then I'm gonna go ahead and read it, and then we'll talk through it. All right. A company hires an administrator to manage the computer systems that host the employees' shared resources as applications, such as applications. What kind of computer system will the administrator manage? Client, SAN, server, database. So X, I'm gonna tell you to go ahead and take your tech cap off. You're right, but you're thinking too much into it. So let's rule out the two that's obvious, in my opinion. They hire this guy to manage the computer system that hosts employees' shared resources, such as applications. So, shared resources mean that it's more likely going to be some type of network computer that um, not only individuals in the company can get to, but maybe people outside of the company can get to. Um, so, client, mm, that could be it. I mean, when you think about a client, an endpoint client, in that matter, it sits on a computer, which could be network, right? So let's keep that. A SAN, storage area network, that's more of a just one type of application where we're storing information on a particular drive. So we can rule that out. Let's rule that one out. And then server, network applications can be stored on there. It can hold a lot of different resources on it, and it can be available to people inside the network as well as outside. So we want to keep that one along with A. And then we got data center. Now, X, the reason why I told you to take your tech cap off is because that's where normally all our servers and applications and things of that nature will be stored at. So yes, it could be that, but that's thinking too much into it. A plus just wants you to see the top level or from a high view. So that data center, they're more talking about the building, the actual building, and not what a data center kind of serves as. So we're gonna go with the two. We're gonna cross out B and D, and then let's look at client and then server. And then with those two that's left, the a client is not going to have the flexibility, the resources, the robust capacity to hold anything like a client. I mean, like a server will. So we can go ahead and say server is probably our best answer, given the answers that we got. Any questions?
Yes. Why would server be the best answer?
Well, a server is going to be able to have shared resources on it. That's one. Then, if we want to get really granular, we're talking about an administrator coming to manage computer systems. More than likely, or a client, a SAN, or a data center is not going to be able to do none of those things. Only a server can.
Okay. Yeah, we had a contractor to come out as an administrator to manage the systems at the school, and he was always dealing with the server
Mhm.
in the rooms. So,
Now he might administer some clients, and a client could be anything. It could be that endpoint that's on a computer, but it might be the person too. It might be someone who calls in and that we refer to them as a client. It may be a third party that we refer to as a client. A client could be so many different things, but not to overthink it. This is what we hired someone to actually come in and manage. It's going to be C for the answer. All right, next one. All right. Seemed like this one was easy. Why? Okay, a network technician must allow an employee. A network technician must allow employees' computers to securely connect to the corporate network from an alternate location. Which is the best method for the technician to use? Anybody want to come off from mute and tell me why is VPN?
So a VPN allows for you to connect to a local point and be anywhere. So by proxy, allowing you to be connected theoretically to the network on campus.
Okay. Were you sure about the other options there, that it couldn't be one of those?
I mean, that's what we use. Anytime that we have to go home off campus, you just use the VPN and just log into it. But it could be a lot more than that.
Okay. And yeah, the VPN is an obvious choice with the options that you got. A DMARC is a place of a connection from where your provider and the client comes together with their internet connection. So when you're thinking about your school and whoever they may pay that local phone company to bring in internet, wherever that data, that internal router is, that's your DMARC point. Out of the scope of this certification, but they put it in here to throw that curveball for it. DHCP scope is more of giving out IP addresses from the router. Maybe we have a certain amount of IP addresses that we only want to give out. Definitely doesn't fall in line with what we want to do here. And then VLAN is probably the only one that you could maybe say can probably do the same thing. But a VLAN is setting a logical circumference around IP addresses to where now they fall under a different subnet that talks to the router in their particular group. So it's not allowing someone to actually go off the internal network and then connect from an outside network back into the internal network. We prefer a VPN to do that. Okay. And we'll talk more about VPNs in Security Plus, which I already think we already covered, but good job on that. All right, next. All right, a couple of more seconds and then I'll read. All right. Okay. An application developer wants to ensure that packets arrive to the destination in the correct order and none are lost in an application communicating across the network. Which protocol will allow the applications to use? Now, this is where I say, hey, all right, let's go ahead and learn. Let's learn our acronyms. So whenever we see them, we kind of excuse me, we automatically think this is what they are, this is what they do. This also goes down to learning your protocols and why we have protocols. Protocols are different ways that computers can communicate with each other. Not just sending packets back and forth, but maybe they want to do a certain task. And in this case, let's go ahead. There's two networking protocols here, and that's C and D. IP addressing, which I think we all kind of agree that, hey, IP addressing is not what we want. Yes, it does move things across the network, but it's not a protocol that we want in this particular case. DNS, domain name service, is, I want you guys to understand that whenever you see DNS, I want you to think of website names. So whenever you go to zoom.com or you go to your favorite www.com, DNS is that protocol that allows you to do that. Okay? So those are networking driven protocols. Let's take those out of it. So really, when we're talking about giving packets, delivering packets from one case to another case, and we're wanting them to show up, we want to make sure that they all are guaranteed to show up, then we're looking at either UDP or TCP, right? And UDP, remember, doesn't care if you get all of your packets or not. Remember, when UDP is used, we're talking about the robot effect, right? So you may see my video, you may hear my video as well, but then if I lose packets in the transference between my computer and your computer, and I start to glitch, and you start to hear the robotic sounds in my voice, that's UDP dropping the packets in order to stay along with the timeline. But if we want to make sure that you received everything that I've set out for you to get, and we don't want any packets to drop, then I want to make sure that I'm using TCP in order to do that. TCP is going to wait for an acknowledgement from that receiving computer that, hey, I've got your packet. You can go ahead and close communications, but I received everything that you told me to receive. Okay. So bottom line is that if this gave you some issues, I think I put in the classroom somewhere some well-known ports. Let's make sure that we understand protocols, and then how do they look when we see them, because they'll throw these acronyms out here but don't necessarily give you the names to them. They're just assuming that we know what these acronyms mean. Any questions? All right, moving on. I'm going to take the bullets off of this one. Y'all go ahead and read this one while I take the bullets off. All right. All right, a couple of more seconds. Okay. A network technician is configuring hosts to require IP configurations from a server. What protocol is the technician configuring? So we're talking about a device coming in and asking another device to assign them a IP address. What is this called? Anybody want to answer this one?
It's gonna be C.
Why is that?
Uh, mm,
Is
the,
that something that just that's what you know?
it's because I picked the A because I realized those not A because A was used for the secure communication, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
over a network for like web browser,
Right.
and it's not with like not dealing with the IP exactly, but these will be it's transferring files over the network, but not really dealing with the IP. I guess I'm not. I don't know. I'm trying to explain it, but I think I kind of got an understanding of it.
You right. Go ahead.
It's for I guess like hosting configurations or whatever. That's kind of broad, but it's just to host on the network.
And you're right. The first two are dealing with communications, uh, but they're not dealing with networking configurations as far as IP addressing is concerned. And that last one is dealing with um, a protocol that's moving documents from one device to the next. So it's really kind of a process of elimination. None of them really do what DHCP does. Now, if they would have put static IP addresses in there, they would have replaced SSH with static. Then that would have been more of a curveball, I think. But DHCP is going to be that dynamic host. I forgot what C stand for. Communication protocol. Don't hold me to it. But it's either DHCP or static. And DHCP is always going to be your computer asking a router, asking some type of server, hey, I need a new IP address in order to communicate on this network. Please assign me one. And it assign one for a particular length of time. And you use that IP address in order to have identity on that particular network. All right. Next question. While y'all read that, I'm gonna do this. Anybody want to take a stab at this or put it in the chat?
I'll give it a guess. I'll say that it will not be expressed in hexadecimal notation.
No. So let's look at it. But you're in the right ballpark, but no. A networking student is learning about IP addressing and discovers which of the following facts that is not true regarding IP version 6. IP version 6. So it will the answer is going to be D, because it's not written the same as a regular IPv4. It's written differently, right? So we get that long, strung out number for IPv version 6, whereas version 4 we get that 4 octets that we're normally seeing, that 192.168.0.1 type, format. So both of those are still divided into 2 parts, a networking part and then a host part. It will replace IP version 4. It will replace that one day, and we'll go over that later today. C, expressed in hexadecimal notation, it is expressed in that type of way where it has, in order to create the separations, I either see it in a hash between the different octets, or colons separates it. So the answer is expressed in dotted decimal notations, those 4 dots, or dots representing the actual separations of each octet. A little bit of a difficult one. We didn't go over much about IPv6, but I thought we did cover everything that was on those different options there. But we'll go over it a little bit. We will refresh it later on in the slides. Next question. While I'm just messing it all up. A couple of more seconds, then we'll go ahead and get on this one. Okay, let's jump onto it. A technician is able to use a standard adapter built into a computer's motherboard to connect to the company's network using a patch cable. What kind of network is the company using? I'm going to read that again. A technician is able to use a standard adapter that's already built into the computer's motherboard to connect to the company's network using a patch cable. What type of network is the company using?
Is it C?
You second guess yourself?
I mean, because I didn't read the patch cable part, but then, like I said in the chat earlier, when you were talking about it, you were saying that fiber optics has the glass inside of it, and that would make sense for the patch cable. But also, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, not a problem. So let's eliminate 2. So we're making a physical connection because it's a patch cable, right? So it's got to come from that patch cable. So maybe like no longer than this cable right here, right? It's a 3-foot cable. So it's gonna when you think about that, and we're making a internet connection, it's going to be using what endpoints on that cable. That cable is plugged into what port on the wall. And so we're making a physical connection. So let's take the non-physical things out of it. Let's take Bluetooth out. Let's take Wi-Fi out, because we can just connect to those through the airwaves, right? But if we're gonna use a cable to physically go into a patch cable, using a patch cable to physically go into the network, then it could be fiber optics, but fiber optics is not going to be at someone's desk going into a patch panel or a patch cable, using a patch cable to connect to the network. It's going to be, and another dead giveaway was a standard adapter already built into the motherboard. That's going to be no type of augmentations to the computer. It has the connections for it. Those end connections on a fiber optic line, you need either a special adapter to go into to plug into with those fiber optic lines, and I haven't seen them. I really haven't seen them. You'll see those coming in from the telephone company into the server. I mean, to the router room, bringing that internet connection into it, but not out to someone's actual computer. So I would say Ethernet is the choice, but not to, don't get, when it comes to questions like this, these are the ones that we gotta have, because they are gimme questions. And if we read them too fast or we skim them, then they hide those little nuggets in there that we need to actually solve the issue. But we need these to help us, just in case once they throw a real hard question that we might not have went over, and they're throwing that in there, that's not hurting our chances, because we know that we're knocking out the easy ones like this. Okay. Yeah, was I rushing through? Next question. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna jump back to my old format, and then we'll move along like that. A network technician is connecting a computer to the network using Ethernet. How is the physical connection made? How is the physical connection to the cable made? But then again, I'm wondering if I'm reading it, does that automatically make you think differently? Maybe I should just let you read it first, and then I come back and read it. That way you can read it the way I read it, I guess.
Yes, please do
Okay.
that.
Okay, so I'll stop reading it at first, because I'm okay. Gotcha. So everybody got that one right. RJ45 port is how we're going to make that connection with that cable